Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Deep within the lonely mountain of Erebor, where ancient dwarven passages twisted like stone serpents through the rock, young Frodo Baggins held his lantern high against the darkness. The flickering light caught something unusual aglimmer, unlike the typical gleam of gold or gemstones that still adorn these halls. There, embedded in a forgotten wall, was a sheet of crystal as thin as parchment yet strong as mithril, its surface etched with delicate runes that seemed to shift and change in the lantern light. Frodo had come to Erebor at his uncle Bilbo's request, to help catalog the remaining treasures of the mountain for King Thorin IV. At 128, Bilbo was too old for such adventures now, but his eyes still sparkled when speaking of his past exploits. "The mountain holds more secrets than gold, my boy," he had said, pressing an ancient key into Frodo's palm. "Some treasures are meant to be found by those who don't seek them." As Frodo's fingers traced the crystal's cool surface, the runes began to glow with a soft blue light. A map revealed itself not of Erebor, but of an older, deeper realm. The runes spoke of Moria First Hall, carved before Durin woke, when the world was young and the stars were new. The map showed passages that no living dwarf had walked, leading to a city that predated even the legendary Moria. But as the last rune blazed to life beneath his touch, Frodo felt a strange tingling in his fingertips. By the time he returned to Dale that evening, his right hand had become stiff and gray, like stone caught between breaths. Fear gripped him when he found Bilbo waiting at the inn, the old hobbit's left ear now perfectly carved granite. "Uncle," Frodo whispered, showing his hand. "I fear I've found something that was meant to stay lost." Bilbo examined the crystalline map by candlelight, his stone ear gleaming. "Ah," he said with a sad smile, "the Petrifold curse. I've read of such things. Ancient dwarven safeguards, meant to keep their deepest secrets from prying eyes." He touched his ear thoughtfully. "We have perhaps a week before the stone claims us entirely." It was then that the innkeeper, a sturdy man named Bardtu, after his legendary ancestor, spoke up from the shadows. "There is one who might help," he said quietly, "though few know his true nature. The old silversmith in the High Quarter. He's not what he appears. A dwarf who isn't a dwarf," Bilbo mused. "I've noticed him. Never seems to age, that one. Been there as long as I can remember, yet his beard never grows whiter." He fixed Frodo with a serious look. "They say he was here when Smaug first came." The next morning found Frodo climbing the winding streets of Dale's High Quarter, his partially stone hand hidden beneath a glove. The silversmith's shop was a modest place, marked only by a sign showing a dragon curled around a silver ring. Inside, bent over a workbench, sat a dwarf with a beard of deepest black shot through with strands of gold that seemed to shift like flame in the morning light. "Master Smith," Frodo began, but the dwarf raised a hand without looking up. "I know why you've come, Frodo Baggins," the smith said, his voice carrying an ancient resonance that made the shop's silver pieces vibrate slightly. "The crystal map has awakened, and with it, the curse." He finally looked up, and Frodo gasped, for the smith's eyes were gold, with vertical pupils like a cat's. "You're a dragon?" "Yes, though not like my fire-breathing kin. Some of us chose a different path long ago." The dragon smith stood, his dwarven form rippling slightly. "I am Orem, the Golden, last of the shape-shifting dragons of the First Age. We were the wisest of our kind. Before pride and greed corrupted our race, Frodo produced the crystal map with trembling hands. Can you break the curse? Orm studied the map, his golden eyes reflecting the glowing runes. This was made in the time before, when my people still walked among the other races as friends and counselors. The curse can be broken, but the price. He fixed Frodo with an unblinking stare. The map leads to something my kind swore to protect. If I help you, you must vow to ensure it never falls into the wrong hands. What is it? Frodo asked. The first forge, Orm replied, where the dwarves learned their craft from my ancestors. Within it lies the hammer of making a tool that can reshape the very mountains themselves. It was hidden away when dragons began to fall to darkness. Lest it be used for destruction rather than creation, the dragon smith drew himself up, his form flickering between dwarf and something larger, more ancient. I will break the curse and guide you to the first forge, but in return, you must help me ensure the hammer remains safe. Dark things stir in the deep places of the world once more. The hammer must be moved to a new sanctuary, as if to emphasize the urgency. Another of Frodo's fingers turned to stone before his eyes. He thought of Bilbo, possibly becoming a statue even now, and of the weight of responsibility that seemed to fall so often on Hobbit shoulders. I accept, Frodo said firmly. Orm nodded gravely. Then our quest begins at dawn. The curse will slow when we start our journey, but we must reach the first forge within a fortnight. His golden eyes gleamed. And Frodo, bring that sword of your uncle's. Where we're going, you may need more than Hobbit stealth. As Frodo hurried back through Dale's streets, he felt both terror and excitement coursing through him. Once again, it seemed, a Baggins would be going on an unexpected journey. But this time, the fate of more than just a lonely mountain hung in the balance. Above him, the peak of Erebor caught the last light of day, its shadow stretching toward the east where, somewhere in the deep places of the world, an ancient power waited to be found once more. In his pocket, the crystal map hummed with possibilities, its runes calling out to secrets long forgotten. And in a modest silver shop in the High Quarter, a dragon who had watched ages pass prepared for one last adventure, one that would either save a hobbit and his uncle, or unleash a power that could reshape Middle-earth forever. The stone curse crept another inch up Frodo's arm as the sun set, but now its cold touch carried a hint of hope. Tomorrow would bring the beginning of a race against time, through depths untold and dangers unguessed. But for tonight, Frodo had a dragon for an ally, a map to the impossible, and the courage of hobbits that had already changed the world once before. Sometimes he reflected that was more than enough to begin with. Story 2. The ancient scrolls in Merry Addoc Brandybuck's study rustled with an almost sentient unease as he traced the astronomical calculations with a trembling finger. The Hobbit scholar, known throughout the Shire for his peculiar fascination with the night sky, had spent decades documenting the dance of artists' celestial bodies. But never had his calculations revealed something so terrifying. The 3 moons of Middle-earth would align for the first time in 12,000 years, during the approaching winter solstice. Mary's candlelight cast long shadows across the star charts and elvish manuscripts covering his walls. One particular parchment, its edges crumbling with age, bore words that had haunted his dreams since discovering them in the archives of Rivendell. When 3 moons become one in the sky, the veil between worlds grows thin. And what was banished may return. A knock at his round door startled him from his reverie. Opening it revealed the last person he expected in ORC, though unlike any he'd seen in the history books. This one stood straight-backed, wore simple traveler's clothes, and had eyes that held wisdom rather than malice. Most striking was the intricate pattern of scars across his green-tinged skin, forming what appeared to be elvish runes. Master Brandybuck, the ORC said in perfectly accented Western, I am Ozga, the Redeemed. And I believe we share the same nightmare about the coming alignment. Before Mary could respond, another figure emerged from the darkness, a young woman in weather-worn robes, carrying a staff that seemed to drink in the moonlight. "As do I," she said. "I am Celesta, once of the Blue Order, until they cast me out for warning them of this very danger." At night, over tea in Mary's cluttered study, three unlikely allies shared their knowledge. Ozka spoke of ancient ORC prophecies about a portal to Valinor, sealed at the dawn of time to protect Middle-earth from beings of shadow that predated even Morgoth. Celesta revealed how her order had dismissed her visions of these entities attempting to break through during the alignment. The Blue Mountains, Mary mused, spreading out his most detailed map. The prophecy speaks of a gateway in the heart of the range, where the three moons will appear to merge into one when viewed from the exact right spot. Celesta nodded grimly. "But there's more to the prophecy, isn't there? Something you haven't shared with us yet." Mary's face grew pale as he pulled out the oldest scroll in his collection. "The gateway can only be sealed by the sacrifice of a hobbit, pure of heart. Our people were chosen as guardians, though we forgot this duty ages ago. That's why hobbits have always felt drawn to great quests, despite our love of comfort." Ozka's scarred hand rested on the hilt of his sword. "Then we have 6 days to reach the Blue Mountains and prevent the shadow beings from returning. But we won't be alone in this quest." He traced a path on the map. "The dark forces have servants still in Middle-earth. They'll try to stop us. They set out before dawn, traveling light, but with purpose." Celesta's magical knowledge helped them avoid the main roads, while Ozka's reformed ORC allies provided safe passage through traditionally dangerous territories. Mary found himself drawing on knowledge he didn't know he possessed, as if the ancient hobbit guardians were guiding his steps. Their journey was marked by close escapes and darker encounters. In the Weather Hills, they faced wraiths that seemed composed of living shadow. In the Trollshaws, they discovered ancient runes that spoke of the time before time, when beings of pure darkness walked Middle-earth freely. Each challenge brought the unlikely trio closer together, their trust forged in shared danger. On the 5th night, as they camped in the foothills of the Blue Mountains, Celesta confessed her own role in the unfolding events. "The Blue Order didn't just dismiss my visions," she said, her voice heavy with guilt. "They had been preparing for this alignment for centuries, believing they could harness the power of the shadow beings. My warning exposed their plans." Ozka revealed his own truth. "My scars are no accident. They're binding runes, marks of my rejection of the darkness that created my kind. Each represents a year spent learning the old ways, understanding what ORCs were meant to be before corruption." Mary listened to his companion's confessions while studying the three moons, now dangerously close to alignment. "Perhaps that's why we three were brought together," he said thoughtfully. "Each of us rejected what others assumed we must be. A hobbit who looks to the stars instead of his garden. An ORC who chose wisdom over violence. A mage who valued truth over power. The final climb to the prophesied gateway tested them to their limits. Shadow servants harried their steps, and the very mountain seemed to resist their passage. They reached the ancient platform, a circular stone stage jutting from the mountainside, just as the moons began their final approach to alignment. The air grew thick with otherworldly energy as Mary stepped onto the platform. Above, the three moons appeared to merge into a single silver eye. The gateway began to materialize, a tear in the fabric of reality through which ancient darkness began to seep. "The prophecy speaks of sacrifice," Mary said calmly, "but it doesn't specify death." With these words, he planted his feet firmly on the platform and began to recite an incantation in ancient hobbitish words he had never known, but somehow remembered, passed down through countless generations of his people. Celesta and Ozka added their own power to his words, her staff blazing with blue fire, his runes glowing with an inner light. As the gateway reached its fullest extent, Merry felt his connection to the Shire, to comfort, to home, to all things hobbitish begin to fade. This was the true sacrifice, giving up not his life, but his very nature as a hobbit to become something else, an eternal guardian, bound to the gateway for all time. The 3 moons separated, the gateway sealed, and where Merry Addock Brandybuck had stood, there now remained a statue of living crystal, its eyes forever watching the horizon for signs of darkness's return. Celesta and Ozka became the first guardians of the Guardian, establishing a hidden order that would ensure Merry's sacrifice would never be forgotten. And in the Shire, they say that on clear nights, when all 3 moons are visible, you can still hear the whispered calculations of a hobbit astronomer, eternally vigilant, eternally protecting the world he loved enough to leave behind. Story 3. In the gentle hills of the Shire, where morning dew sparkled like scattered diamonds across well-tended gardens, Rosa discovered something extraordinary in her grandmother's final bequest. Among the expected doilies and recipe books lay a simple wooden ring, carved with patterns that seemed to shift like leaves in a breeze. As she slipped it onto her finger, the distant rustling of the old forest transformed into something more: whispers, words, the ancient voices of trees. At first, Rosa thought it merely a curious trinket, perhaps enchanted by one of her grandmother's wizard friends for amusement. But as autumn painted the Shire in gold and crimson, she began to understand the gravity of her inheritance. The trees were dying not just in the old forest, but across all of Middle-earth. Their voices grew weaker with each passing day, their songs turning to laments. The sap runs slow, little one, an ancient oak told her one misty morning. The earth's blood dims, and with it, all that grows beneath the sky. The tree's voice carried the weight of centuries, its words formed from creaking branches and rustling leaves. It was then that a tall figure appeared at the edge of the old forest, a man robed in shadows instead of light, his staff carved from blackened wood. "I am Nightshade," he said, bowing deeply. "Once a student of Gandalf the White, now keeper of forgotten magics. Your grandmother's ring has awakened at last." As was foretold, before Rosa could respond, a thunderous groan echoed through the forest. A massive form emerged from between the trees. Treebird, last of the great Ents, his bark weathered by uncounted seasons. "Room, young hobbit," he rumbled. "The ring you wear once belonged to the first Ent wife, who taught the earliest hobbits the secrets of growing things. Its awakening speaks of dire need over the next hours, as shadows lengthened across the forest floor. Treebird and Nightshade revealed an ancient truth. Deep beneath the ruins of Moria lay the primordial spring, source of all natural magic in Middle-earth. For ages untold, its waters had nourished the roots of every forest through hidden channels in the earth. But now, something poisoned the spring, and all growing things were slowly withering. "We must journey to the spring," Nightshade declared, his dark eyes glinting with an intensity that made Rosa uneasy. "The ring you wear can purify the waters. It was made for such a purpose, though the knowledge was lost with the Entwives. Their journey began at dawn." Rosa, who had never ventured further than Bree, found herself traveling through landscapes she'd only heard of in fireside tales. Treebird carried them through the last patches of healthy forest, his long strides covering leagues and hours. Nightshade proved an invaluable guide, his knowledge of ancient paths and forgotten ways keeping them safe from the growing shadows. But as they traveled, Rosa noticed troubling signs. Nightshade would sometimes speak to himself in a harsh tongue that made nearby plants wither. His shadow seemed to stretch unnaturally in the dying light, and more than once, she caught him staring at her ring with an hunger that reminded her of old stories about the One Ring. Their path led them through the ghost-quiet forests of Fangorn, where even the youngest trees counted their ages and centuries. Here, Rosa learned to use her ring's power more fully, hearing the memories of ancient woods and understanding the deep language of root and branch. The trees spoke of an age when forests covered most of Middle-earth, when Ents and Ent wives walked together beneath endless canopies. As they descended into the dark depths of Moria, Rose's suspicions about Nightshade grew stronger. The ring whispered warnings, and even Treebird's ancient eyes showed concern. In the vast caves, where phosphorescent fungi cast eerie light across abandoned dwarven halls, they finally reached the primordial spring. The sight stole Rose's breath, a vast underground lake of liquid starlight. Its surface mirror smooth, except where crystal columns of pure water rose to vanish into the darkness above. But at the center, a malevolent darkness swirled, spreading its poison through the sacred waters. It was then that Nightshade revealed his true nature. The spring must die, he declared, his form growing shadowy and terrible. The age of forest and field is ending. From this death, a new age of shadow will arise. He was no servant of Gandalf, but a servant of older, darker powers that remembered the time before the first sunrise. But Rosa was no longer the same hobbit who had left the Shire. The ring had taught her the deep magic of growing things, the patient power that turned mighty oaks from tiny acorns. As Nightshade moved to complete his poisoning of the spring, she pressed her palm against the cavern wall and called to the roots that threaded through the rock. The chamber trembled as ancient roots burst through stone, writhing like serpents of wood. Treebird's voice joined her call, deep as earthquakes, while Nightshade's dark magic crackled through the air. The battle between shadow and growth shook the very foundations of Moria. In the end, it was neither might nor magic that won the day, but the simple purity of Rose's connection to growing things. The ring guided her hands as she knelt by the spring, and her tears shed for every withering tree and fading forest fell into the waters. Light blazed from the depths, burning away Nightshade's poison like mist in the morning sun. The shadow wizard fled, his power broken, while the spring's renewed waters surged through the ancient channels beneath the earth. Within days, trees across Middle-earth would feel the change, their songs growing stronger, their leaves greener. Rosa returned to the Shire, changed by her journey. The ring remained with her, a reminder that the smallest persons can stem the greatest tides of darkness. In her garden, she planted seeds from every forest they had passed through, creating a grove where trees from all corners of Middle-earth grew together. And sometimes, on quiet evenings, visitors to Rosa's garden would hear her speaking with her trees, their ancient voices harmonizing with her own, keeping alive the deep magic that had almost been lost. For as long as there were those who could hear the whispers of the woods, darkness would never truly triumph in Middle-earth. Story 4. The morning Sam Gamgee III discovered the sapling in his garden. Mist still clung to the hills of Hobbiton like wisps of ancient magic. At first, he thought it merely another volunteer seedling, the kind that often sprouted in his well-tended soil. But as the early sun burned away the mist, its leaves caught the light in a way that made his breath catch. They shimmered with a silvery gleam that spoke of Gondor's glory. Sam had heard the tales from his great-grandfather's read book stories of the white tree that stood in the courtyard of Minas Tirith, symbol of the line of kings. But that tree, like its predecessors, had withered decades ago, and with it, the last known sign of Nimlith the Fair. Yet here, impossibly, in the humble garden of a hobbit, stood what could only be a descendant of that noble line. The discovery could not have come at a more portentous time. Rumors traveled even to the Shire of Trouble in the south. The descendants of King Elisar had vanished from Minas Tirith, leaving the throne of Gondor empty for the first time in generations. Ancient noble houses whispered of their own claims to the crown, and dark murmurs of civil war echoed through the marble halls of the White City. As Sam studied the sapling, a shadow fell across his garden. A dwarf stood at his gate, his beard braided with silver and gold, his eyes sharp as mountain peaks. "Well met, Master Gamgee," the dwarf said, bowing deeply. "I am Thorin Stonefinger, of the secret ward, The dwarf's words spilled out, like precious gems, tales of a hidden society of dwarves who had served as secret guardians of Gondor's bloodline since the days of Aragorn himself. They had watched from the shadows as the line of kings grew thin, keeping their own counsel until the time of need arose. "The white tree chooses its ground carefully," Thorin said, eyeing the sapling. "Its appearance in your garden is no coincidence, but a sign. The true heir lives, hidden even from our sight, and this sapling may be the key to finding them." Before Sam could properly process these revelations, an arrow thudded into his garden gate. Thorin's axe appeared in his hands as if conjured, deflecting a second shaft that would have struck Sam's chest. "Inside," the dwarf commanded, "quickly." They barely reached the safety of Bag End when dark-cloaked figures emerged from the morning mist. The assassins moved with unnatural grace, their weapons gleaming with poisonous purpose. "The shadows of Umbar," Thorin growled. "They seek to end the line of kings forever." Thus began a journey Sam had never imagined. With Thorin's help, he carefully uprooted the precious sapling, wrapping its roots in damp cloth. They fled through secret tunnels beneath the Shire, ancient passages that the dwarves had maintained for centuries, waiting for just such a need. Their path took them to hidden dwarven strongholds where the secret ward had gathered knowledge and artifacts from Gondor's past. In one such sanctuary, deep beneath the misty mountains, Sam learned the true scope of their mission. The white tree sapling was more than just a symbol. It was a living key, attuned to the blood of Enmenor. In the presence of the true heir, its leaves would shine with the light of the two trees of Valinor themselves. But betrayal lurked in unexpected places. Among the secret ward itself, a faction had emerged that believed the time of kings had passed. Led by Draven the Deep Delver, they sought to destroy the sapling and allow Gondor to forge a new destiny free from the weight of ancient bloodlines. Sam discovered their treachery one night while tending the sapling. He overheard Draven speaking with hidden figures in the shadows of the sanctuary's garden, plotting to lead them into an ambush. The hobbit's silent feet proved their worth as he crept away unseen, warning Thorin and their loyal allies. The ensuing chase through the ancient halls of the dwarves tested every ounce of Sam's courage. The sapling, growing stronger each day, seemed to help guide them, its leaves turning toward hidden passages and forgotten ways. They emerged finally into the high valleys of Eriador, where they found unexpected allies, a band of rangers, led by a quiet woman whose gray eyes held the wisdom of ages. "I'm called Strider," she said simply, and something in the way she spoke the name made Sam's heart leap. The sapling's leaves shimmered more brightly in her presence, though not with the full radiance of prophecy. She revealed that the vanished heirs had scattered themselves deliberately, going into hiding when they discovered the plot against them. "My father was King Eldarion's grandson," she explained. "He taught me our history in secret, knowing that a time might come when the blood of Enmenor would need to flow hidden like underground streams." As they journeyed south toward Gondor, the group grew. More of the secret ward's loyal members found them, along with scattered rangers and even a few elves who had not yet departed for the west. The sapling flourished despite the desperate pace of their travel, growing tall enough now to be seen above the cloth that wrapped it. Their final test came at the gates of Minas Tirith itself. The usurpers had set themselves up as a council of regents, their hired swords patrolling the white walls. But the city remembered its true rulers. Common folk, seeing the gleam of the sapling and the quiet dignity of Strider, opened secret ways and offered hidden shelter. In the end, it was not force of arms that restored the throne, but the power of legacy and truth. Before the gathered nobles in the court of the fountain, Strider stood with the sapling. As she spoke the ancient oaths of kingship, its leaves burst into brilliant light, bathing the white walls in the radiance of ancient days. None could deny the truth that stood before them. Sam returned to the Shire changed by his adventures, but content in the knowledge that he had played his part in maintaining the peace of the realms. In his garden, he kept a single leaf from the white tree, given to him by the new queen in gratitude. On quiet evenings, it would catch the light just so, reminding him that even the smallest gardens could nurture the greatest of destinies. And in Minas Tirith, they say the white tree blooms more beautifully than ever before, its roots reaching deep into soil enriched by the care of a hobbit gardener who understood that some things are worth protecting, no matter the cost. Story 5. Deep within the Shadow Mountains, where ancient stones whispered secrets of forgotten ages, young Thorin Greenleaf stood frozen before the crystalline wall that had just claimed another victim. His childhood friend, Rosemary Proudfoot, now stood transformed into flawless crystal, her expression caught between a smile and a look of surprise. She was the 7th victim this month, and the crystal plague was spreading faster with each passing day. Thorin's fingers trembled as they traced the smooth surface of what had once been Rosemary's hand. The crystal was warm to the touch, unlike normal stone, and somewhere deep within its translucent depths, he could swear he saw a flicker of movement. The plague had started 3 months ago, shortly after Grimly Stonefist, the dwarven advisor to the Hobbit Council, had arrived in their settlement of Underhill. The young hobbit straightened his weathered green cloak, a family heirloom that had seen better days, and made his way through the winding tunnels of the mountain dwelling. The corridors were eerily quiet now, with many families having sealed their round doors in fear of the crystal curse. Those who ventured out wore protective charms sold by grimly expensive trinkets that Thorin suspected were as useful as painting doors with water to prevent fire. In his pocket, Thorin carried his most precious secret, a crystalline map he had discovered while exploring the deeper tunnels, in an ancient chamber that seemed untouched for centuries. The map glowed with a faint inner light, showing paths through the mountains that didn't appear on any known charts, leading to a place marked with elvish script that he had managed to translate. Valyrian, the hidden city. As he rounded the corner to the council chamber, he heard Grimly's deep voice echoing through the halls. The dwarf cut an imposing figure despite his size, with a steel-gray beard braided with gold threads and eyes that seemed to shift color in different lights. Thorin pressed himself against the wall, listening. The plague spreads faster than anticipated, Grimly was saying. Soon you must all accept my protection, at any price, or face the consequences. Something in the dwarf's tone made Thorin's skin crawl. He had spent weeks studying ancient texts about dragons, and something about Grimly's speech patterns matched the descriptions of dragons speak the subtle harmonics that compelled truth from listeners while allowing the speaker to weave lies. A sound like falling pebbles made Thorin turn. There, in the shadows, stood Aranthel, an elf he had never seen before today. Her silver hair was cut short, unusual for her kind, and a scar like a bolt of lightning ran down her left cheek. Their eyes met, and she pressed a finger to her lips before beckoning him to follow. In a secluded alcove, Aranthel spoke in whispers. You feel it too, don't you? The wrongness in his words. I've been tracking him for 3 centuries, ever since he destroyed my home. Her voice carried the weight of old grief. Grimly is no dwarf. He is Morgath the Deceiver, a shape-shifting dragon who collects living beings by turning them to crystal. He builds armies this way, waiting until he has enough statues before awakening them all as thralls under his control. Thorin's hand went to the crystal map in his pocket. The hidden city, he breathed. Valyrian. Could they help us? Aranthel's eyes widened. You know of Valyrian? I was its guardian once, before Morgath's curse forced me into exile. The city holds the pool of reversal, whose waters can undo any transformation magic. But the path was lost centuries ago. Not anymore, Thorin said, producing the map. As the crystal caught the torchlight, both elf and hobbit gasped. Within its depths, they could see the crystal statues in the village pulsing with a faint rhythm, like a heartbeat. "We have less time than I feared," Aranthel said. "He's nearly ready to wake them. We must reach Valyrian before the next full moon." Their journey began that very night. Using secret paths known only to hobbits, Thorin led them out of the settlement. They traveled through ancient forest paths where the trees themselves seemed to whisper warnings, across bridges of living vines that formed beneath their feet, and through caverns where crystals sang in harmonies too beautiful to be natural. The crystal map proved to be more than a mere guide. It was a key that revealed hidden paths and secret doors. But with each step, they felt Morgoth's presence growing stronger. Crystal formations began appearing along their path with increasing frequency, and sometimes they caught glimpses of movement within them, faces of the trapped, pressing against their transparent prisons. On the seventh day, as they scaled the Whisperwind cliffs, Aranthel finally shared her full story. The scar on her face was from her last confrontation with Morgoth, when she had almost succeeded in trapping him in crystal himself. "But you can't beat a shapeshifter at their own game," she said bitterly. "He turned my magic back on me, and only a flaw in the crystal's formation allowed me to escape. The rest of my kin weren't so fortunate. They reached Valyrian's hidden entrance as the moon began to rise. The ancient elven city was built inside a massive geode, its buildings carved from crystal of every color imaginable. But they had no time to marvel at its beauty behind them. They could hear the beating of massive wings. Morgoth had followed them. The dragon crashed through the crystalline dome above. His true form revealed scales shifting color like oil on water, eyes blazing with the same light that pulsed within his crystal victims. "Did you think I wouldn't notice the map's awakening?" he roared. "I've been waiting centuries for someone to lead me to this place." But Thorin and Aranthel had planned for this. While the dragon had focused on following them, the hobbits' smaller cousins had been busy back in Underhill, following Thorin's instructions to move all the crystal statues to the town square. As Morgoth lunged for them, Thorin pulled out the map and spoke the words Aranthel had taught him, an ancient elvish phrase that activated the city's defense systems. Crystal spires rose from the ground, channeling the power of the pool of reversal through the map, which was revealed to be a fragment of Valyrian's original heart crystal. The energy surged back along the magical connections Morgoth had created with all his victims, following the paths back to Underhill. The dragon roared in fury as his power was undone. In Underhill, crystal statues began to crack and shatter, revealing living beings within. Morgoth's form began to crystallize, the transformation starting at his tail and moving forward. In desperation, he reverted to his dwarven disguise, but it was too late. "A fitting prison," Aranthel said, watching as the last traces of living dragon became perfect crystal. "He will have an eternity to admire his own reflection," the curse lifted from the Shadow Mountains. Those transformed returned to their families with no memory of their crystalline imprisonment. Valyrian's halls were filled once again, as Aranthel began the work of calling back her scattered kin. And Thorin? He became the first hobbit to be named elf friend in over 1,000 years, though he always maintained that he preferred the simple pleasure of tending his garden to any grand adventures. But sometimes, on quiet evenings, visitors to his hole would notice a crystal sculpture of a dragon on his mantelpiece, serving as a reminder that even the smallest people can overcome the greatest of evils, provided they have the courage to act and the wisdom to seek help when needed. Story 6. In the rolling hills of Hairy Feet Village, where morning mists clung to rounded hobbit holes like soft blankets, the most precious treasure wasn't gold or jewels, but a simple staff carved from the heart of an ancient oak. The eternal oak staff had stood guard over the village for 7 generations, its warm golden glow keeping the darkness at bay. That was until the morning young Bilberry Took Small found only scattered golden leaves where the staff had stood in the great hall. Bilberry wasn't what most hobbits considered normal. While others delighted in mushroom hunting and afternoon teas, she spent her days in the village library, surrounded by dusty tomes and forgotten scrolls. Her unusual habits had earned her suspicious glances and whispered comments about how no respectable toque had ever been a bookworm. But on this particular morning, as panic spread through the village, Bilberry's peculiar knowledge proved invaluable. The golden leaves scattered around the empty pedestal weren't ordinary leaves. They shimmered with an inner light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Bilberry had seen their like before, in an ancient manuscript describing the First Kingdom. Her fingers trembled as she pulled the fragile scroll from her satchel, unrolling it carefully on the floor of the great hall. "These are Lorphan leaves," she announced to the gathered council of elders. "They only grow in the presence of the ancient guardians, the first elves chosen by the Veiler to protect the forests of Middle-earth." Old Butterworth, the village chief, tugged at his silver-streaked beard. "Ancient guardians? Those are just bedtime stories, lass. We need real solutions, not fairy tales." But Bilberry was already lost in thought, her mind racing through the dozens of histories she had memorized. The leaves formed a trail, leading east toward the Whispering Woods. According to her books, those woods had once been home to a great elven city, before a terrible curse turned its inhabitants into trees. Against the council's wishes, Bilberry packed her favorite books, some seed cakes, and her mother's old traveling cloak. As she followed the trail of golden leaves, the familiar hills of the Shire gave way to older, darker woods. The trees here grew close together, their branches intertwining overhead to block out most of the sunlight. Yet the golden leaves glowed brighter, illuminating her path. On the third day of her journey, she met him. The elf stood tall as an old oak, his silver hair catching what little sunlight filtered through the canopy. But his eyes, they held such deep sorrow that Bilberry felt her heart catch in her throat. In his hands, he held the eternal oak staff, its glow dimmed but still present. "I am Calendar," he said, his voice like autumn leaves rustling in the wind. "Once I was guardian of the greenwood. Now I am the last of my kind still able to walk these lands." He gestured to the trees around them, and Bilberry gasped as she noticed faces in their bark, sleeping faces of incredible beauty, frozen in peaceful expressions. "My people," Calendar continued, "were cursed by the Ents themselves, transformed into trees for attempting to heal a great evil in the forest. We sought to cure a darkness that was corrupting the heart of the woodland, but the Ents believed we were overstepping our bounds, trying to change the natural order." His fingers tightened around the staff. "This staff, carved from the first tree of Middle-earth, has the power to reverse the transformation. I have searched for it for 1,000 years." Bilberry's mind raced. The staff had protected her village for generations, its light keeping evil creatures at bay. Without it, they would be vulnerable. Yet looking at the faces in the trees, at Calendar's profound grief, she felt the weight of 1,000 years of loneliness. "There must be another way," she said, pulling out her oldest book. "The Ents wouldn't create a curse without also creating a way to break it. They believe in balance above all else." Together, they pored over ancient texts by the light of the golden leaves. Days turned into weeks as they searched for answers, while back in Hairy Feet Village, shadows grew longer and darker creatures crept closer to its borders. The answer, when they found it, was both simple and profound. The Ents' curse could be broken, but it required a sacrifice, the willing transformation of another into a tree to take the place of those who would be freed. Calendar immediately stepped forward, ready to trade his freedom for his people's. But Bilberry had another idea. She showed Calendar a passage about symbiotic transformation, a way for multiple beings to share the essence of a tree, while retaining their original forms. It would require the power of the eternal oak staff, and it would mean that both the elves and the hobbits would be bound to the great forests forever, serving as their guardians. Under the light of a full moon, in a clearing surrounded by the sleeping tree elves, Bilberry and Calendar performed the ancient ritual. The eternal oak staff's light spread through the forest like liquid gold, touching each transformed elf. Slowly, gracefully, they emerged from their wooden prisons, their eyes filled with the wisdom of centuries spent as part of the forest. But the staff's magic didn't stop there. It spread further, reaching all the way to Hairy Feet Village, where it sank deep into the soil beneath each hobbit hole. From that day forward, the hobbits found they could hear the whispers of trees, and their gardens grew with unprecedented vigor. They became known as the protectors of the borderlands between civilized realms and wild forests. Bilberry Took Small, once considered the strangest hobbit in the village, became its most respected historian, recording the tale of the Great Transformation. She spent her days between the village and the restored elven city, learning the ancient magics of the forest. The eternal oak staff found a new home in a grove between the two realms, its power no longer needed as a defense, but serving instead as a bridge between peoples. And if travelers in the borderlands sometimes catch glimpses of hobbits and elves dancing together beneath the trees, sharing ancient songs about the day wisdom overcame pride and understanding triumphed over fear, well, those aren't just stories. They're reminders that the greatest magic often lies not in grand gestures or powerful artifacts, but in the simple willingness to look beyond appearances and help others in need. As for the Ents, they watched these developments with their characteristic slowness, and after several decades of consideration, declared themselves satisfied with the balance that had been struck. Sometimes the wisest solution to a problem isn't to undo the past, but to grow something new from its roots. Story 7, in the mystical forest of the Four Seasons, where winter's frost met summer's bloom along ancient invisible boundaries, Mary Addock Brandybuck knelt beside a site that defied everything he knew about botany. A small sprout, no taller than his thumb, pulsed with an inner light that painted the forest floor in shifting rainbow hues. As the hobbit botanist reached out to touch it, the light intensified, and the air itself seemed to hold its breath. The forest of the Four Seasons had always been a wonder of Middle-earth, a vast woodland perfectly divided into 4 quadrants, each locked in its own eternal season. Mary Addock, or Doc as his friends called him, had spent years studying its unique properties, carefully documenting the way crystal formations along the borders somehow maintained this impossible balance. But nothing in his extensive research had prepared him for a glowing plant. As his fingers brushed the sprout's delicate leaves, a voice like wind through ancient branches filled his mind. At last, a heart pure enough to hear the song of growing things, the sprout's light spread upward, taking the form of a tall, ethereal woman with hair of flowing leaves and eyes that held the wisdom of millennia. I am Yavanna, keeper of growing things, imprisoned in seed form by one who once served the light. Before Doc could respond, a cold wind cut through the clearing. The trees whispered warnings as a figure emerged from the shadows. Whitebridge, the legendary weather worker who served as chief advisor to the kingdom of men. His silver staff clicked against crystal formations as he walked, each touch sending ripples of unnatural energy through the forest. How fascinating, Whitebridge said, his voice as smooth as polished stone. I had wondered what became of the Queen of Growth after our last disagreement. His eyes, gray as storm clouds, fixed on Doc. Step away from the sprout, little gardener. Some powers are too great for such small hands, but Doc stood his ground. Years of studying the forest had taught him to read its signs, and everything about Whitebridge felt wrong. The advisor's presence disturbed the delicate balance between the seasons, creating unnatural swirls of hot and cold air where the quadrants met. A rumbling from beneath the earth saved Doc from having to respond. A group of dwarven mineralogists, led by the renowned Thorin Crystalbird, erupted from a hidden tunnel nearby. They had been studying the crystal formations that maintained the forest's seasonal boundaries when they detected an imminent collapse in the ancient system. The seasonal anchors are failing, Thorin shouted, his crystal-embedded beard catching the light of Yavanna's glow. Someone's been tampering with the original enchantments. Whitebridge laughed, a sound like breaking icicles. Tampering? I am fulfilling their true purpose. Why should such power be wasted on maintaining this forest when it could be used to control the weather of all Middle-earth? His staff pulsed with stolen energy from the crystal formations. Think of it: no more failed crops, no more destructive storms. Perfect weather under perfect control. Perfect control is the enemy of natural growth. Yavanna's voice rang out. The beauty of life lies in its ability to adapt and overcome challenges. You would create a world of stagnation, as dead as a garden of stone flowers. Doc's mind raced through years of botanical knowledge. The forests for quadrants weren't just a magical curiosity. They represented the natural cycle of death and rebirth. If Whitebridge succeeded in harnessing and controlling that power, he wouldn't be creating eternal summer, as he claimed. He would be stopping the great cycle that kept all of Middle-earth alive. The Hobbit botanist reached into his pack, pulling out carefully collected seeds from each quadrant of the forest. Thorin, he called to the dwarf, your people understand the crystal structure. Could we create new anchor points? The dwarf's eyes lit up with understanding. Aye, but we'd need something to power them. The original anchors were infused with ancient magic that's long been lost, not lost, Yavanna corrected, her form growing stronger as Doc planted the seeds in a perfect circle around her. Simply waiting for the right moment to bloom again, as Whitebridge raised his staff to strike, Doc began to sing an old Hobbit gardening song. It wasn't magical or powerful, just a simple tune about the turning of seasons and the joy of growing things. But as his clear voice rang out, Yavanna's light flowed into the planted seeds, and the dwarven mineralogists quickly worked to align crystal formations around them. The forest itself seemed to join the song. From the winter quadrant came the crystalline chiming of icicles. From spring, the whisper of new leaves. From summer, the buzz of busy insects. And from autumn, the rustle of falling leaves. The voices joined together in a symphony of natural magic that brought tears to even Thorin's eyes. Whitebridge's stolen power proved no match for the combined force of nature's harmony. His staff, overloaded with conflicting energies, shattered into frozen splinters. The advisor himself began to change, his form shifting and shrinking until he stood transformed into a simple weather vane, doomed to forever report the weather, but never control it. As the new anchor points flared to life, stabilizing the forest's boundaries, Yavanna's form began to solidify. No longer a spectral queen, she now stood as a living embodiment of growth and renewal, her presence alone causing flowers to bloom and seeds to sprout. You understand, don't you, Meriadoc? She asked. True power lies not in controlling nature, but in working in harmony with it. Doc nodded, already documenting the new species of plants that had sprouted during the magical convergence. The dwarven mineralogists, fascinated by the unique crystal formations created during the battle, began setting up permanent research stations in the forest. Together, they would study the delicate balance between growth and structure, between change and stability. From that day forward, the Forest of the Four Seasons became known as a place of learning and cooperation. Hobbits came to study botany alongside dwarven crystallographers, while Yavanna walked the boundaries between the seasons, ensuring that change and stability remained in perfect balance. And if visitors noticed that the weather in the lands around the forest seemed particularly favorable for growing things, well, that was just nature taking its course. After all, as Doc would often say while teaching young hobbits about the four quadrants, the most powerful magic isn't in controlling nature, but in helping it flourish in its own way. As for the weather vane that appeared in the forest's central clearing, it still turns with the wind, serving as a reminder that nature cannot be controlled. It can only be understood, respected, and nurtured. Story 8. In the Mirror Caves, where reality shimmered like sunlight on water, Primula Baggins discovered that truth was a more peculiar thing than any hobbit had ever imagined. The crystals that lined the cavern walls didn't simply reflect light. They reflected memories, fragments of time that danced like fireflies in the darkness, each one holding a story that had long been forgotten. The ring had found her 3 days ago, washing up on the banks of the stream where she often went to think. A simple band of silver that seemed to change color with each blink, like a cloud catching sunset's last rays. When she slipped it on her finger, the world shifted. The quaint hobbit houses of her village revealed themselves as something more. Their foundations weren't just stone, but the remains of towering spires that reached toward the heavens, now buried beneath centuries of earth and forgetting. The mysterious mists that often shrouded their village in the early morning hours were no longer just water in the air. Through the ring's power, Primula saw them for what they truly were: memories given form, the lingering echoes of an ancient city of the Valar themselves. These divine beings had once walked these very paths, their footsteps leaving impressions in reality itself that still rippled through time. Remarkable, isn't it? The voice came from behind her, smooth as aged wine. How blind we can be to the truth that surrounds us. The speaker was tall, wrapped in robes as black as a moonless night. He introduced himself as Morleth, one of the Astari, the order of wizards sent to Middle-earth in ages past. I've been searching for someone who could see through the veils of time. Someone with the right perspective, but something in his voice rang false, like a note played slightly out of key. The ring on Primula's finger grew cold, and through its power, she saw flickers of another form beneath the wizard's facade, something ancient and hungry, with eyes that had watched empires crumble to dust. Before she could retreat, a sound like ancient trees groaning in a storm echoed through the caves. 3 Ents, shepherds of the forest who normally moved with the patience of centuries, came striding through the crystalline passages with unexpected urgency. Their leader, Barkbird the Elder, fixed his amber eyes on Morleth. "Room, we have watched you, breaker of boundaries," the Ent's voice rumbled like distant thunder. "You who would steal the memories of the First Age to rewrite the song of creation itself." Morleth's disguise melted away like snow in summer, revealing his true nature, an Astari corrupted by the desire to possess not just knowledge, but time itself. "These memories are wasted here," he snarled, his staff crackling with dark energy. "With their power, I could reshape history, eliminate the mistakes of the past, and who are you to judge what is mistake and what is necessary growth?" Barkbird challenged. "The Valar themselves understand that memory must remain memory, that the past guides, but does not chain the present." Primula, who had spent her life feeling out of place among hobbits who cared more for present comforts than past mysteries, suddenly understood why the ring had chosen her. Through its power, she could see the intricate web of memories that connected everything in the caves and beyond them, the threads that linked all of Middle-earth in a tapestry of shared history. As Morleth raised his staff to begin his dark work, Primula did something both very hobbit-like and completely unprecedented. She invited the memories to tea. Through the ring, she opened herself to the swirling fragments of the past, not trying to capture or control them, but offering them a moment of recognition, of acknowledgement. The response was immediate and overwhelming. The memories, which Morleth had sought to trap and manipulate, flowed toward Primula like a river of light. They showed her visions of the Valar walking among the first flowers of spring, of cities that rose like dreams and fell like autumn leaves, of love and loss and courage that echoed through the ages. The corrupt Astari's spell, meant to bottle and control these ancient memories, found itself trying to contain something as vast as the sky. His staff, unable to channel such power, exploded in a shower of splinters and starlight. The Ents moved with the speed of falling rocks, their ancient strength wrapping around Morleth like roots around a sapling. But it was Primula, standing small but steadfast, who pronounced his fate. "You wanted to control the past," she said, the ring glowing softly on her finger. "Instead, you'll become part of it, through the ring's power." She offered Morleth's own memories to the caves not as a prisoner, but as a story to be remembered and learned from. The corrupt wizard's form dissolved into mist, becoming one with the many memories that danced through the caves. His tale would be told alongside all others, a cautionary thread in the greater tapestry. In the days that followed, the village above the mirror caves changed. The memories no longer hid themselves in morning mist, but danced openly in the air like rainbow-touched dew. The hobbits, led by Primula, learned to live alongside these echoes of the past. They became storytellers and memory keepers, their cozy holes now libraries of living history. The ring remained with Primula, though its power diminished as it was no longer needed to reveal truth. The barriers between past and present had thinned just enough to let wisdom flow, while maintaining the necessary separation between what was and what is. The Ents established a grove near the caves, taking it upon themselves to guard these memories as they guarded their forests. They would often gather with the hobbits during evening storytelling sessions, adding their own ancient memories to the collection, their slow, deep voices blending with the quick, bright tones of hobbit children as tales were passed from old to young. And sometimes on very quiet nights, visitors to the caves would catch glimpses of scenes from ages past playing across the crystal walls, not as prisoners of someone's ambition, but as free-flowing reminders that every story, every memory, every moment of triumph or tragedy had its own important part to play in the great tale of Middle-earth. For as Primula would often say, while watching the memories dance like fireflies around her garden, true wisdom lies not in controlling the past, but in learning to live in harmony with all that has come before, allowing it to guide us toward whatever tomorrow may bring. Story 9. In the Twilight Hills near Hobbiton, where the border between the mundane and magical grew thin, Lily Harfoot discovered an elven harp unlike any other. Its silver strings seemed woven from starlight, and when her fingers brushed them, visions danced before her eyes, terrible images of flame and shadow, of a great dragon rising from ancient ashes, and of Middle-earth consumed by fire. The harp had come to her through curious means. A traveling elf, his eyes heavy with untold years, had left it at her door with only a cryptic warning, when the strings sing of their own accord. The time of choosing will be upon us. That very morning, the harp had played itself, its melody a dirge that spoke of Smaug's return. Lily might have dismissed it as imagination, had not an ancient dragon in disguise appeared at her garden gate that very evening. Unlike Smaug, this dragon had taken the form of an elderly woman, her silver hair streaked with scales that caught the dying light. "I am Lunara," she said, "last of the star-winged dragons, and I fear you have seen what I have seen, the 9 fragments of Smaug's soul stirring once more over tea in Lily's cozy hobbit hole." Lunara revealed a truth hidden since the fall of Erebor. Smaug had not truly been defeated. His physical form was destroyed, but his essence had been split into 9 fragments, each carefully hidden with a different race of Middle-earth: men, elves, dwarves, hobbits, ents, eagles, burnings, dragons, and even one entrusted to the mysterious blue wizards of the East. But now, Lunara said gravely, someone hunts these fragments. 3 have already been taken from the eagle's eyries, the burning's halls, and the ents' groves. Each guardian was found turned to ash, and with each fragment claimed, the essence of Smaug grows stronger. The harp, Lunara explained, was no mere instrument, but a tool of prophecy crafted by the same elven smiths who had helped divide Smaug's soul. Its music could lead them to the remaining fragments before they fell into the wrong hands. Their journey began under a waning moon, with Lily learning to interpret the harp's mysterious melodies. Each string corresponded to a fragment, its tone changing as they drew nearer or farther from their goal. Lunara proved an invaluable guide, teaching Lily about the ancient pact between the good dragons and the free peoples of Middle-earth. In the depths of Mirkwood, they found the elven fragment hidden within a tree that bloomed with flowers of pure light. But they arrived too late. The tree was dying, its light fading, and in its branches they discovered their adversary's mark, a rune that spoke of Morgoth's lingering influence. The dwarven fragment lay deep in the Iron Hills, guarded by intricate mechanisms and age-old enchantments. Here, they gained an ally, Thorin Stonehelm III, a young dwarf prince who had discovered his people's secret duty to guard the fragment. Together, they managed to reach it moments before their unknown enemy, engaging in a desperate battle through halls of mirror-bright steel. Each fragment they encountered revealed more of Smaug's true nature, not just a creature of destruction, but a being of primordial fire whose very existence challenged the balance of Middle-earth. The Hobbit's fragment had been hidden in plain sight, worked into the weather vane atop the Great Smiles. The men of Dale had concealed theirs within the crown of their king, but their opponent was always one step ahead, gathering fragments with terrifying efficiency. Lily's visions grew darker, showing her glimpses of a figure who wore shadows like a cloak, whose eyes burned with the same hunger that had once driven Smaug to claim Erebor. The truth came to light in the far eastern plains, where the blue wizards had hidden their fragment. The shadow-wreathed figure was no servant of evil, but rather a descendant of Jirian, Lord of Dale, driven mad by generations of familial guilt over failing to stop Smaug's original attack. He believed that by reuniting Smaug's soul and then binding it, he could finally redeem his family's honor. The final confrontation took place in the ruins of Erebor itself, where their opponent had brought the collected fragments. As he began the ritual to reunite Smaug's essence, Lily realized why the prophecy had come to her. The harp's music wasn't meant to just find the fragments it could sing to them, remind them of what they had once been before Smaug's corruption. Standing before the gathered fragments, Lily played a song of such profound beauty that even the stones of the mountain wept. Her melody spoke of fire's true nature, not as a force of destruction, but as a source of warmth, light, and life. The fragments resonated with her song, transforming from Smaug's twisted essence into pure flame. Lunara stepped forward then, revealing her own secret. She had been there when Smaug was first corrupted, had watched her brother fall to darkness and greed. Now, as the purified fragments rose into the air, she gathered them into herself, becoming their guardian not through force or containment, but through understanding and acceptance. The descendant of Jirian, freed from his obsession, found a different kind of redemption. He became the first of a new order dedicated to maintaining the balance between dragon fire and the free peoples of Middle-earth, working alongside Lunara to ensure that Smaug's fate would never be repeated. Lily returned to the Shire changed by her adventures. The elven harp remained with her, though now it played songs of joy more often than warning. On quiet evenings, she would sit in her garden and play, and those who listened closely said they could hear harmonies like distant dragon song, reminding all who heard that even the darkest of legacies could be transformed by courage, wisdom, and the power of music. And sometimes, on nights when the stars burned especially bright, a dragon could be seen circling high above the Shire, not a creature of destruction, but a guardian of balance, carrying within her the purified fire of a story that had finally found its proper ending. Story 10. The ancient forge hummed with a power that made the air itself vibrate, its golden light spilling through the cracks of Samwise Gamgee, the younger's workshop windows. Unlike the practical forges of the dwarves or the elegant smithies of the elves, this forge didn't shape metal, it reshaped promises, oaths, and bonds that had been broken or forgotten. Sam stood before it now, holding a fractured piece of what had once been the great peace compact between the free peoples of Middle-earth, its edges crumbling like autumn leaves. The young hobbit smith hadn't asked for this inheritance. The magical forge had simply appeared in his workshop one morning, accompanied by a letter written in his grandfather's flowing script, to mend what was broken, to restore what was lost, to reforge the bonds between all folk. This is your calling. Young Sam, the letter had crumbled to dust as soon as he'd finished reading it, but its words had burned themselves into his heart. Now, barely a month into his unexpected role as keeper of the forge, Sam faced his greatest challenge. The Peace Compact, a magical document that had maintained harmony between hobbits, elves, and dwarves for centuries, was unraveling. Where once its golden script had shone with the light of true promises kept, now the parchment was riddled with holes, each representing a broken oath or forgotten allegiance. Strange incidents had begun occurring throughout the lands. Dwarven trading caravans were being turned away from elven forests. Hobbit farmers found their traditional markets in human towns suddenly closed to them. Ancient suspicions and prejudices that had lain dormant for generations were awakening, as if something or someone was deliberately picking apart the threads of peace. A knock at his door revealed Durin's heir, a dwarf exile whose true name was known only to a few. His beard was braided with runes of protection, and his eyes held the wisdom of one who had seen too much. "The shadows grow longer in the deep places," he said without preamble. "Someone is using the hammer of twilight to shatter ancient bonds." Sam's hands tightened around the fractured compact. The hammer of twilight? But that was lost in the breaking of the First Age. Lost, but not destroyed. The dwarf's voice was grave. "And now it has resurfaced in the hands of the Shadow Smith, who believes that only through breaking all existing bonds can new, stronger ones be forged." As if in response to his words, Sam's forge flared brighter, revealing intricate patterns in its metalwork that he had never noticed before, patterns that matched the ancient runes Durin's heir wore in his beard. The dwarf's eyes widened. "By the mountain's heart, this is no ordinary forge. This is the Forge of Dawn, sister craft to the Hammer of Twilight. Where one breaks, the other mends." Their discussion was interrupted by the arrival of more visitors, representatives from all the free peoples, drawn to the forge by the growing crisis. Each carried evidence of broken promises, an elvish bow that no longer recognized its master, a dwarven contract whose words had faded to meaninglessness, a hobbit's inheritance ring that had lost its family memories. Through the forge's power, Sam could see the invisible threads that connected all these items, all leading back to a single source, a hidden workshop deep in the Grey Mountains, where the Shadow Smith worked his dark craft. But confronting him would be impossible without first strengthening the bonds that remained. And so began a great work. Sam stood before his forge day and night, with Durin's heir teaching him the ancient runes of binding and renewal. Each broken item brought to him revealed new secrets about the nature of promises and the magic that held them together. The forge's heat wasn't measured in degrees, but in the strength of conviction required to keep an oath. As Sam worked, he discovered something remarkable. Every broken promise, when examined in the forge's light, contained within it the seed of its own renewal. The magic didn't create new bonds, it reminded people why they had forged those bonds in the first place. The final confrontation came during the Feast of First Light, when the Shadow Smith made his move to shatter the last great bonds between the peoples. He struck at the heart of the Greenwood, where the oldest treaties between elves and dwarves had been signed beneath the first trees. But Sam was ready. As the hammer of twilight fell, its dark power reaching out to break the ancient bonds, Sam's forge blazed to life miles away in the Shire. Every promise he had mended, every oath he had renewed, every bond he had strengthened, all resonated together in a symphony of restoration. The Shadow Smith's hammer struck true, but instead of shattering bonds, it found itself trying to break something that could not be broken, the willing choice of different peoples to stand together. His weapon, faced with the unbreakable nature of freely chosen alliance, shattered instead. In the aftermath, the forge's light dimmed to a gentle glow, but it didn't go out. Sam realized that his work would never truly be done. Promises would always need renewal, bonds would always need strengthening, and sometimes the greatest magic lay not in the grand gestures, but in the simple act of remembering why we chose to stand together in the first place. The forge remained in Sam's workshop, and on quiet evenings, you might find representatives from all the free peoples gathered there. They would bring not just broken items, but stories songs, and simple friendship. For they had learned that the strongest bonds weren't forged in treaties or compacts, but in the countless small promises kept, day after day, by those who chose to see past ancient differences, to the heart of what united them. And if sometimes the light of Sam's forge could be seen from distant mountains, shining like a star fallen to earth, well, that was just a reminder that some magic works best not in breaking or remaking, but in gently mending what was always meant to be whole.